Well, hello there. Hello? Welcome back to the Build Show. It's been a while. Hey, Miss Rose. I feel like it's going to be dead in here for a little bit. One, I'm starting way earlier than I would normally start. And two, I haven't streamed in a while. So, everybody probably thinks I'm dead. Ugh. All right. So we're going to be doing a kind of a Frankenstein build, we'll call it. But we're putting a birthday build together for a special somebody. Their birthday is tomorrow. I've had the parts here for over a week now. And I've had to reschedule this build stream 3 times. Just because life has been getting extremely busy outside of L'Échappée. Me and my infinite wisdom decided I was going to sell my miners. For those of you who don't know, I used to be that terrible person who mined. Because if you can't beat them, you may as well join them. So I built miners and I was mining Ethereum. And then when that moved to proof of stake, it kind of died. So no more mining. And so my miners have sat around for almost 2 years doing nothing. So now I'm taking them apart and finally selling them, selling the parts, trying to get what I can out of them, I guess. But me and my infinite wisdom thought it would be a good idea to list 40 GTX 1660 Supers at the same time, even though I didn't have them cleaned and ready to ship yet. So I was like, nah, somebody will buy one here and one there and one, and so on. And I'll clean them as they get ordered. Next thing I know, I wake up to an order of 26 of them and another order of 10 of them. So now I have to clean all of these cards. So I've been just rushing around trying to get these cards cleaned up and shipped. Because I had stated in the listing that I would repaste it because I cannot send a card out unpasted. That would be barbaric of me, and I can't do that. So that's what's been kind of tying me up on my time around Empower Gaming Computers, is trying to get through that 40 plus cards sold on eBay scenario. And outside of that, unless you guys really want me to do like a GPU cleaning stream, outside of that, I've been getting a lot of traction on the let me build it for you or fix it for you, the fix it or bleep it series that we keep talking about. Basically, you bring me your PC if you need repairs, and you're responsible for the hardware, and then I do the repairs as long as I can do it live. So I've got a lot of computers in here now for content. Now I just need to get through the record it or stream it process, which is becoming difficult when things around the house keep breaking, such as my refrigerator died, my AC died, my pressure water tank died. This is all within the same 14 days. What else died? Something else. Oh, the car battery. Anyway, and then we had water come back in the house again for a millionth time. So I had to go reseal the wall in hopes that it keeps the water out. And we're on a slab and the water comes in. Because our house is unfortunately built into the side of the hill on a slab, we don't have a sub pump. So the water hits the side of the wall and sometimes stays there and finds its way in. So what really needs to happen is I need to dig up the front of the house and put in like a French drain or something to solve that problem. But I don't have the energy or the time. So unless you guys want to do a shovel stream, we could do that. Gotta go get my drinky poo. Tonight is a Red Bull night, by the way. we are drinking Red Bull. Sugar-free. That is what it's going to take to get through the massive amounts of work that I have sitting here. So, I'm going to start off with this build. We'll see how far we get. I do have another build I could do, or another Fix-It build that I'm doing, part of the Fix-It series, but this was a follower who had I think a nephew. You could correct me if I'm wrong here in the chat. I think it's your nephew or brother, or I can't remember. Sorry, I'm terrible with my memory. I've talked to too many people within the last 2 weeks that I can't remember anything anymore. But and I also can't remember what we were taking out of this Dell, because I know you told me like a week ago, or over a week ago. But the plan was, I have a motherboard, a CPU, RAM combo that I'm giving to them for a really good deal. We're going to use that. We have a GTX 1080, I think it was, or 1080 Ti. Pretty sure it was a 1080. It's an EVGA card. It's 1080 Ti, so that's actually a really nice card. But it needs to be repadded and repasted, so we're going to be going through and doing that. And then we have an 850 watt. I think it's 850. I don't know if that's the exact power supply that's in that box. I assume so. We have a 2 terabyte M.2. I don't know if that's exact. It looks like it is. Maybe. We have a SSD here. We're piecing this together. It is a 990 Pro. It is 2 terabytes. This is like a $400 drive right now, by the way, guys. Not a cheap drive. Super nice drive. And then I think we're pulling storage out of this Dell tower to then piece together into this Lian Li O11 dynamic case, which we got actually from another customer who did an upgrade. So we had this case donated to the channel, so it's been sitting here waiting for an opportunity to go to somebody. So I finally have an opportunity to donate this case to somebody, because that's what they wanted to have done with this case. And so we're going to be using the original O11 Dynamic. So it's the antique original O11 Dynamics, not the Evo or any of the fancier new ones. But it's still a dual chamber case, and it is a legendary case made by Lian Li. And then we do have a Deepcool. Has a little bit of dust on it. Deepcool cooler that we're going to be using. It's a 360 millimeter AIO. It is used. It actually came from the same person that upgraded their system through me with this case that came from the case. But we do have brand new Arctic Pro P12s on this cooler, so that's really going to help it out a lot. But anyway, the problem that I had was this was originally mounted on AMD, and once again, me and my infinite wisdom decided to save everything, including the Intel brackets for these Deepcool coolers that you can no longer find anymore. So I did end up having the Intel brackets. I just borrowed a Thermalright backplate that I'm hoping will fit with this cooler. I'm pretty sure it will. So we're going to piece that together and hope that works, because this is technically not the right hardware for this cooler. And then we'll test the thermals out and make sure it's good to go. But it is a i5 10400 CPU, so it is an Intel processor. And this is a Z490 motherboard, and that's 16 gigs of DDR4 3000 or 3200 megahertz. And that's XPG that's on the board already. And then, of course, we've got the M.2 card. So he did supply the thermal paste, which is Kingpin, and also the L-Tree thermal pads. I think this has multiple sizes in it, if I'm not mistaken. Is this a mixed pack or just it's a 4-pack something? Doesn't specify, but this is probably a mixed pack where it has different sizes. I don't know what the specs are on this, so we're just gonna take a look at the old and match it up with the new and eyeball it, basically, the thickness. So if you are repadding a graphics card, It is important to get the right thickness, because if you have too thick, then it could keep the cooler from making contact to the core properly, or enough pressure, or if it's too thin, the cooler may not be making contact to the thermal pad. So it's always important to have the right thickness on your card. Yeah, the old is removed. I ran out halfway. Okay, gotcha. So you've already had the card apart. I couldn't remember exactly what happened there. I remember we had a conversation about it. We walked through everything, and then a week plus went by, and here I am. So if this AIO does not work out, I do have, I'm not going to use this one because this one's dirty, but just as an example, I do have these types of coolers available that we can use. So we can use that as a base, and then if we need to get something else, we can just order it and get it in there. But it'll at least get them up and running and get them the computer. May have to do the press test. Yes, we might have to. Tony, welcome back to the Build Show, sir. And Grand Engine. Is that pronounced right? Yep, storage, if that RAM is less than 32, you could pull what's in there too. Yes, I think this is 16 gigs that's in here. We'll see what's in here. What do you guys want to start with? You want to start with going on an adventure inside the Dell? Or do you want to start by repasting the GTX 1080 Ti? We also have to locate some fans for this case. I have a bazillion fans here. We'll fill it out for them. I feel like the music's a little, just a tad loud. Just a tad. Turn it down just a little bit. Alright, so we've got no recommendations. We'll go ahead and start with the card. How about that? Ugh. We're going to move some of this out of my way. I am kind of running out of real estate in here. Everything is so disshuffled right now, I can't even think straight. Dude. Throw that over there. Beast. And we can move this. But you know, it'll be a really nice system just to start out with. I mean, if my first system was a GTX 1080 Ti, I think I would be flipping out. It does look like it needs some TLC. These fans are looking reversed. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, we do want to probably clean this up a little bit, but let's zoom in. Okay. So, EVGA cards are notoriously a pain in the arse to take apart. I will say that very openly. They are notoriously a pain. And that is because they are engineered very, very, very well. But in some cases, a little over-engineered. So, usually with these cards, you have to take the 4 screws here off, and depending on how the cooler is mounted, which you could see through where the mounts are, you'll probably have to take off all of these individual screws as well. And I'm going to want my my handy dandy screw organizer for this, because I'm never going to remember where each of these screws go. And this kind of helps me keep track of them. So I just drop that there and we're gonna get started. We need a smaller screwdriver though. I typically like to start with the outer screws first because most of the pressure is in the middle. So the idea is my microphone stand just gave out. One moment. Things are falling apart here, guys. Things are falling apart. I haven't streamed in days, and this is what happens. Okay, we're back. the mic is hopefully going to stay put. I don't think it's in the right spot, but yeah. Oh, what's up, Tony? Almost a year member. Wow. It's been a long time, man. Where you been? Ant-Man. Life, man. Life is happening. But I've been here. We haven't disappeared yet. These prices on things have been really depressing, and nobody wants to build computers. So I've been doing a lot of services and things for free for people. But most of the time when something comes in, it's almost too silly. Too easy to post it. So I just fix it on the spot and send them on their way. Type of scenario. But I do have a lot of stuff coming in. So we've got some stuff we can work on. Interesting. Haven't streamed here in a while, and look at what's coming. Ah! There's a wolf spider over here. Haven't streamed over here in a while, and I got all sorts of problems. I feel like we might be missing a card there, or a screw. Typically with EVGA, we also have screws here that hold it in if it's connected, which I don't know if this one is or is not. I can't tell. We'll just undo the happens. When you're loosening or tightening a graphics card, you always want to go around and unscrew slowly on each screw, because you don't want it to be super pressurized on one side or the other. You want to remove it and put it back on as evenly as possible. I've seen people tighten these down on one side and then throw their card in there after they repaste, and all of a sudden their card's dead. And then they bring it in to me and I take it apart and find out that their core is completely cracked because they pressurized, they put pressure on one side of the core and not the other. And it'll allow it to go lower than it should. And what that will do is put pressure on the core in one spot and cause it to crack. Especially if it's been through a lot of heat, makes it brittle, and it's easier to crack. So the older the card, the more gentle you have to be. All right, so now that we got those screws out, we should be able to just separate this, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's a back plate that we have to remove here, and then more screws. Sometimes EVGA likes to do that to us. Oh, there's another 2 screws here. SLI, the old... Oh, looks like we're all blurry. Sorry about that. I have no idea how long it was like that. 3 on top. Yes, got it. You mean the 3 on the above the HDMI ports there? I'm pretty sure EVGA's evil like that. These 3 right here probably need to come undone. No? What screws are we talking about? Oh, there's one there. I think I'm finding them slowly. By the fans. Those don't go all the way through. Do they? Nah. I'm not seeing the 3 on the top that you're talking about. Oh, I see. This is a overly sophisticated hunk of junk. I'm just kidding. The old... Yeah. I'm catching that on now. So you're talking about these? And which one? That's the only one I see. I see this one here and this one here. But that means I have to remove this to get to that, right? And maybe in the middle of the fans. No, you don't have to, okay. I've taken it apart many times. They have access holes, LOL. It's a pain, yes. Okay, so these 2. Then you're saying maybe one in the middle. I don't see one in the middle. Gotta feel it out. It does feel like something's holding on to it still. Somewhere. Ah, I see. It. Probably would have been a better idea to get this thing undone first. Still feels like something's holding on to it. Does not want to let it go. I'm not pulling very hard, just so you know. There's that little cable still hanging on by a thread, quite literally. What a pain. What a pain in the butt to take that apart. Alright, so we're double padded here. That's interesting. Did you do that? And then we've also got pads underneath this. So this is going to be a complete teardown, boys. What did you say? Yes. Needed thickness. Gotcha. Double padded is not typically what I recommend to do, because if you double it up, there's chances that air pockets can be developed there. But of course, it's not, you know, the end of the world if you do that. Usually it's okay to do it. But if I can avoid it, I generally try to avoid it. So, are these brand new pads or newer? They are pretty dusty. They look like they've been ran for a bit. And also, we could tell here that our paste did not spread across the entirety of the core, so we didn't have very good coverage, or full, I should say. We didn't have full coverage on it. So, we could do a little bit better with our pasting job when we put it back together. Now, the backside also has pads, as well as underneath this metal bracket here. I just don't know how this comes off. I've never taken one of these apart before like this. Looks like it's mounted from the backside, so more than likely we have to take this back plate off to get to that. If we're repasting the back plate anyway, shouldn't matter too much, but there are pads. Like they could use some love there. Have actually more screws on this that I missed. I need a SSD box. Well, perfect. I just don't want to put any bowing on this card. It's old, it's brittle. We want to be gentle. Yeah, this could bit of a cleanup too. Those removed. Should come out. This should separate relatively easily. Acting like there is one more screw. Holy smokes, why can't I see these? They're just hidden. The hidden screws. You see what I mean by overly engineered? Alright, look at that. That looks like it could use some love too. You could see, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, but there is a little bit of discoloration on the board. And that is because these pads probably have been ran for a long time on the backside. Definitely needed to be done on the backside. I'm just gonna, once again, prop this up and peel this, which is literally just flaking apart. Couldn't even pull that off in one piece if I wanted to. And we're going to put that here, that one here, so I know where they came from, what side of the card. So I'm just kind of piecing it together so I remember how to put it back together, hopefully. Remember? AVJ is a good brand, I know. But they liked to over-engineer everything. Which usually meant it was a quality product. So, I am not dissing them in any way. Alright, so now I want to see if we can remove, since we have the back plate off, what I'm looking for are other screws on the back side, still driven through the board to hold on to this chunk of, we'll call it heat pipe. That's over the memory and the VRM. But I don't see anything else that's holding it in, so this should separate as well. Or be ready to. There we go. That separated, and on the back side, we have a crazy ton more pads. So, that I'll zoom out for you, all of it. That is the GTX 1080 Ti. Take it apart. So now we've gotten down to the pads that we really need to get to, which are these memory pads. Every single one of these need to be replaced. So we want to find the right thickness. Hopefully we have enough. I have some here. And these look like these are really thin. And I'm pretty sure I have these. This one's a little thicker. So this looks like 0.5. This looks like 1. That's a 0.5. Yeah, these are all super tiny. Super, super small. So, on this side. So we'll get these removed. I'm going to leave them on here, actually, for reference. And then I'm going to clean up the board. And then put the new ones on the board itself, and then remove the old ones from the cooler of it, or from the heat pipe, whatever we want to call it. But I want to kind of keep them there for reference, so I know exactly where they're supposed to go, even though we have a general idea. I've got more pads here, don't worry. So there. So let's clean, our goal right now is to clean this up, the actual board, and then we will start cutting pads. And the alcohol that you should be using, 99%. I usually use a mixture of Q-tips, and I've also got these, though I do not like using these directly on boards because they like to leave residue, so I usually only use them on the core and then the Q. Yeah, I've got all sorts of different sizes here. I've got 0.5, and then I've got more 1 millimeter here. Then I've even got some older deep cool ones here still, and then more Altria pad. So lots of options here. So have no fear. We'll get it done here. What do I need? I need Q-tips. This is probably going to be the longest part of the stream, by the way. If you haven't gathered. Just because cleaning an older card like this takes time. And you got to be patient with it. You don't want to rush it. Do it right. So with these pads like to leave little bits of residue here, and you can see I'm thank you. You can see the residue that comes off here just by slowly, gracefully wiping it. But the pad leaves a residue over time. Dust and dirt collects on it. Probably a good idea just to, especially on top of the memory where the new pad's going, give it a nice wipe down. And honestly, it doesn't matter too much on the board, but since we're here, clean it up a little bit. But I just have this dipped in some alcohol. I'm wiping it, and you can see the dirt and the grime coming off of the memory. Yes. No. Okay. But you just want to be gentle here. You don't want to knock anything loose. And now that you can see how much grime is coming off there, we want to clean that all off if we can. The alcohol will evaporate. Which is why we use that. If it evaporates, it won't soak in. And if it does soak in, it will evaporate. But you can see here, lots of grime down here. I don't know if you can see that or not on the camera, if it's doing it justice, but there's a lot of grime from gravity leaking downwards towards the bottom of the card. And that's just the sweat coming off of these sweat pads, these thermal pads, and then dust collecting on it over time. And while we're in here, we could wipe that down too. I'm actually going to take just a brush here. There's a little bit of dust in here. Clean that up. This is a very soft brush, guys. Nothing too rough. But what that's going to do is break up the dust for me. I could just go in there and dab this with a little bit of alcohol and wipe it up. Alright, so the bottom side is pretty much cleaned. We just need to do the core, which I'm going to try to remove most of it with a dry one before I introduce alcohol to it, because once you introduce alcohol, it smears it around. Just makes it easier to get it out. Through the dark twilight. Hey, I'm changing my case, AIO and fans, in a few days. First time building it all. Do you have any tips? Make sure your motherboard has all the connections for the cooler that you're installing. So if you haven't already, for example, most of the new coolers have RGB connectors on it, like 3-pin. You want to make sure that the 3-pin RGB connectors are available on your motherboard to control it, or if you don't have that, maybe your case has a hub where you're controlling it from a hardware button, something like that. And then, of course, make sure you have a pump cable, or a pump header on your motherboard to control the pump, and you can use a fan header for that, and then just adjust it accordingly to treat it as a pump. And then also for the fans, you typically would need a CPU fan header. But it also depends on which cooler you're installing. Some of them are very different. For example, NZXT will have one connector for the fan and the pump, and then I'll go to the CPU fan header, and then the rest of it is ran through the software, which is their NZXT CAM software, which will use a USB connection from the USB 2.0 header on your motherboard to communicate with the hardware. So if you have a lot of that going on inside your case, for example, you have NZXT cooler, but you have Lian Li fans and then Lian Li streamers, and you've got all these USB 2.0 things being used, and you don't have any available USB 2.0 headers, you might want to consider maybe getting a USB 2.0 hub. Things like that. So just make sure you have all the right connections for your cooler, and it should go pretty smoothly. I don't know what case you're putting it in, or what motherboard you're installing it on, or what CPU platform you are working with, but those also make a difference as well. And if you are replacing a cooler, meaning one was existing, having some Ibersol alcohol, 99%, like this stuff here. This stuff is ideal for cleaning thermal paste off very nicely. That's the best way to clean it, because it evaporates if it gets anywhere that it shouldn't, so it's not dangerous for the components. By using that in a paper towel, wipe the thermal paste off clean, make sure it's nice and clean, and then reapply new thermal paste, which should come with your cooler unless you've bought your own separate thermal paste. Just make sure you put enough on there, and that's really it. Mounting pressure is important as well, I guess, so making sure you have enough pressure. Not too much, but just enough. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. We are gonna do it right. This card, we're gonna make this GTX 1080 Ti great again, somehow, one way or another. I don't know if we can get it completely like new status, but this is some old thermal paste that's been there for a while. Kind of scared to like keep rubbing up on these chips. Brittle. Going to. Want to make sure I get the paste off the core, which is the most important piece. Get that shine back to. Go. It is nice and shiny, fresh core, waiting for its new paste. We'll flip it over and we'll tack the back side of this card. What we want to do is we want to clean up here, here, and it looks like here. And here. Do a little bit of cleaning there. A lot of sweat. Significant signs of major heat here, where these pads probably should have been cleaned up a long time ago. Or replaced. But it's okay. The card is still functional. Tons of grime in there. I'm gonna just dab it with a paper towel. Try to go that route. Okay. Now, if you're not gentle doing this, you can get yourself into some trouble. I'm being extreme. I cannot emphasize how gentle I am being here, because these solder points are old and frail, and it is very easy to knock one of these components loose, and that could be the difference of the card posting or not. And it takes some very, very fine equipment and a magnifying glass to put this back on there, and I am not equipped with that. There's a local place here in Michigan that I can go to that will be able to put it back on there if something were to happen, which it has happened to me before. But I cannot emphasize how gentle I am being around these components here, because you do not want to knock one of these loose. Very, very gentle. Patience is the key here. Don't want to scrub it and rush it. I might take a soft, very soft brush, because this grime is just on there good. Not coming off very easily. And this grime This brush will hopefully break it loose a little bit. But the alcohol is definitely helping break it loose. This is a very, very, very soft brush. I might even dip this in alcohol and scrub it. Almost. But this could be the difference in 5 degrees Celsius is actually cleaning this and getting really good contact with your new thermal pads, getting that grime out of there. I've seen a lot of people do thermal repads and they don't go through the effort of cleaning this off. And I've done it before too. I'm guilty of it, but when it's not so bad, it's not that big of a deal. But this has significant signs of just grime. So I'm just dipping it in alcohol and gently going through and rotating on these components here to break this stuff up. I don't know if it's showing very well on the camera. It's not. Sorry, I wasn't looking up. I'm just going in a rotation. This is probably the only method I can recommend doing this. That is definitely helping. You see how those ends just get in there. Can't really do that very effectively. It just cleans it very nicely. So now that that's done, I'll go back to swabbing. What CPU would you recommend? Let's see here. I am new to PC, so I think I messed up with the CPU. What CPU do you recommend? Well, it all depends on your build. Back to VIXIM. I have a 9070 XT paired with a 9500 X3D CPU. I feel like I should upgrade the CPU because I have a 4K monitor. What do you recommend? VIXIM, you would probably be perfectly fine with the 9500 X3D. If all you're doing is gaming, the 7800 X3D or the 9800 X3D would be an excellent upgrade for that pair with the 9070 XT. And you would see a little bit of performance increase. The biggest problem you have is you're running a 4K monitor on a 9070 XT that is technically not a 4K graphics card. So 4K graphics cards is more like the RTX 5080 and up, maybe the 5070 Ti. The 9070 XT is capable of running 4K, but it is not technically a 4K graphics card. It is more of a higher-end 1440p card. Entry-level 4K is what we'll call it. So if you're looking for more 4K performance, your graphics card is going to be the biggest problem. But as soon as you upgrade your graphics card, you're going to see bottlenecks from your CPU. So there's a trickle effect from all three of those items there. But a 9800 X3D is a really solid gaming processor, and the 7500 X3D is also a great entry gaming processor, especially if you're running 1440p. So there's nothing wrong with running the 7500X 3D until you start getting into the bigger cards. Honestly, not sure yet, but I heard the 9000 series CPUs are burning motherboards. I would Google search ASRock burning motherboards because it's mostly limited to specific motherboard brands. I have built and sold and completed many 9000 series systems. I think I have built probably around 200 9000 series systems, and I have not had a single motherboard fail or CPU burn. Well, I take that back. I had one dead out of the box, but that was actually a 7000 series CPU, not a 9. Technically. So, my point is, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Just make sure you update your BIOS on the motherboard. That is the #1 thing you want to do with any new technology, is update the BIOS on that motherboard. And if everybody was doing that with the Intel CPUs, they probably wouldn't have lost their Intel 14900K, for example. That was a big ordeal. Still an ordeal. I have another 14900K that somebody brought to me for the Fix It or Flip It series. Flip It. Be creative with that word. And it was the processor, so I convinced Intel that I bought the processor and that I have paid cash at Micro Center, so they're letting me return it. But for the most part, that 14th gen slash higher end 13th gen was just an SHIT SHOW. Trying to be respectful of the younglings that are watching. Alright, so we've got this pretty well cleaned up, I think. Not going to get much better than that. At least we've got most of the grime off the tops where it's going to really matter. A little bit of grime on the board here, but some thermal pad sweat residue. That looks so much better. It almost looks like it was pitting from the sweat. That looks way better. Way cleaner. Alright, so now we can start padding. And what I really want to do is pad the back side, because then we have to put that metal bracket on first for the top side. So we'll pad all this memory, and then we will be padding here, here, and it looks like all of this. I cannot believe they padded reference of what it's going to look. There's just so many pads here. I have to zoom out a little bit. Where to go? We can move me over too. Jeez, that's better. Save a couple. So I should get a 1440p monitor. I mean, yeah, the 1440p would give you so much better performance on that card. I mean, the 7900 XT has a little bit more VRAM, so I would say yes, it can do 4K probably a little better than the 9070, which is limited to its VRAM, which is 16 gigs. I view the 7900 XTX being, what is it, 20 gigs of VRAM? Better at 4K because of that extra 4 gigs of VRAM. It's actually still a better card than a 9070. So, wife was just saying, how do you clean all of that? I said, carefully. That is the proper answer. Patience is what will get you to victory here. Cleaning one of these, you don't ever want to rush it. Would you call 7900 XT 4K, or is it 40? I think we already covered that. Sorry. What's Max doing at, man? Hey, Gary, what's up, man? It's been a while. Yes, I know. I've been lacking in the stream department. We haven't had very many builds. Max has been had his dinner, and so, like every stream, he is now sleeping in his bed right next to me, waiting for me to finish the stream. And then we'll go on with our normal evening routine. He's just snoozing. Got a full belly, satisfied. He can hear that Dad's right next to him. So he's like, I can lay down finally. Dad's not running around like a madman. But welcome back to the Build Show, Gary. Yeah, it's a tedious process. This is a tedious process, but there are significant benefits to doing it, especially doing it right, which is cleaning it out, cleaning it up. I'm gonna keep that out. Hopefully my alcohol doesn't all evaporate while I'm doing all this, because I have it open. And we're gonna pop open our thermal pads and see what we got in here. This is what he brought me with the card. Do the repad. After my jump from AM3 to AM5, I went down the AM4 rabbit hole, and I had loads of fun on my 10th build now. Oh yeah. That is a significant jump from AM3 to AM5. That was probably like a night and day difference in performance. I don't know why this didn't open the way it's supposed to open. I think it's one of these variety packs. So we've got all sorts of different thicknesses here. So definitely want to use, if you don't have something to measure it, you just throw it up against there and say, close enough. Like I said, we're gonna eyeball it. So this is 0.5, what I thought. And then the rest of it on here is probably a mixture of 0.1 and 0.5. The only 0.1 is this big one here. The rest of it is 0.1 or 0.5. And I've got more 0.5 if we need more 0.5. 0.5, 0.5. I even went back and built a new AIM-3 system. Oh, nice. You could probably do it really cheap. Oh, thank you, Mailman's son. $1. Nice. Thank you for the donation. Super chatted. What was your super chat, Mailman? Maybe you forgot to add the text there. Hey, what's up, Bluebird? Welcome to the Build Show. We're currently having fun repasting a GTX 1080 Ti. Needed some love. So the biggest challenge here is peeling these peels off of these suckers. Especially the thin ones. You don't want to try, you want to try to avoid getting your greased fingers on them. I washed before I started, but I know I'm going a little bit bigger than what they should be. Hey, what's up, Detroit Doctor? Welcome back to the Build Show. Are you a PC geek? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of a nerd. Love your builds, though. I would donate to keep them going. Thank you. Thank you, Mailmanson. Mailmanson. Yeah, we've struck a dry spell in our builds recently, so and it's definitely because of how expensive everything is. So instead of building it like a business, I am posted free services locally here in Michigan. So bring your PC by. If you have a PC that needs to be serviced. You are responsible for the hardware, but I am going to do all the work for you. As long as you let me put it on the YouTube channel. And you do have to be patient with my obnoxious schedule right now. My dad had open heart surgery, so I am now also on top of everything that I do, which is a full-time job. A dad, a son, a grandson, a friend of many. Also now helping out with the hay and stuff over there. So he's not allowed to lift anything for like a year. Hell yeah, I'm from Michigan too. Oh, nice. The big old mitten. Are you an upper or a downer? Glad your dad's okay. Yes, he is recovering. Supposed to make a full recovery as of the biggest challenge is making sure that man does not get up and do something. He needs to wait it out. Heal. Not allowed to lift anything. A man that ran around doing a million things in a day now does nothing. He's losing his mind. I missed your long chat. Oh, by the way, by the way, AMD 7000 series just received FSR 4.0. Yes, yep, we were aware of that. That was coming. I think they're also talking about sending it to 6000 series by the end of the year, or 2027, something like that. So 6000 series AMD graphics cards will also receive that. All right, 2 more of these. Yeah, it's definitely a benefit for anybody that's got a 7000 series or 6000 series card, getting that extra frame gen deck. Wish they wouldn't have held out on us though. But it might breathe some new life into, you know, a 6000 series card or a 7000 series card, which is nice. Yeah, the surgery was kind of unexpected, though. No idea what was happening. Just knew he wasn't feeling well. Next thing you know, he's being flown to U of M. And then, here we are. Okay, so we finished padding all of that up. It does look like we had a little patch here and there. I'm going to pad that up again. Got one more square I could throw on there. Very tedious work, guys. Go. Got another one of those on. And then this one's another thin one. Because we don't really want it overlapping too much there. Then we get another thin one here, and then a thick one, and one last thin one here, which I have no idea. Randomly out here. Is there not 4 pads on the top? Oh, what do you mean 4 pads on the top? I mean, yeah, there's pads on the top. We'll deal with that. I'm just doing it. Hey, what's up, Odor? Welcome back to the Build Show. Now I regret because I don't have an AMD graphics card. Sadly, I have a 5060 and I wanted to buy an RX 9060, but AMD 9000 series kind of expensive here compared to NVIDIA's 5000 series. Yeah, they're a little expensive here right now too. There we go. Then we have a thicker pad here, very large. I think this is 1 millimeter. Millimeter thickness, we'll see. I actually have thicker pad here too. I should have peeled this one and looked at it. Like 1.5, so I'm gonna have to add 1 point on this. This one is about this size. Actually, this. Thick stuff over here. Oh, I can tell. It's these are the original pads. So this will make a pretty big difference in that. All right. We do need a thicker one here. Yes. Okay. We did double up on that one, but that is what they had previously, so we are just following EVGA's reverse engineer. So we just need a thinner one here. I don't even know what that's covering. Like, what is that even doing? And because I'm not entirely confident I know exactly where this is going, I'm just going over the top. It's so old, crumbling. They were definitely due. Distraction's not good. It's fine. All good. All the time. Great. So that should be all of these ones. Now we just need to remove all of this. All of this old stuff. Which should be pretty easy, and then I want to run some alcohol on it. I'm just hoping it doesn't flake apart. Oh no, that one fell off. Hope I can remember where that was. Go. This one. Look at how thin these are. Usually if you get a flat under there, you could get it lifted up without it flaking apart. What I'm trying to do. It's so dried out, it's acting more like putty than it is a thermal pad. Okay. Oh, there we got those removed. I'm going to run some alcohol on it real quick and clean it up. but as clean as it's going to get. All right, so we're ready to just slap this on there. One came from so now we have to replace these. Although these don't look too bad, they're just really dirty. These are pretty thick. These are some thick boys. We're going to use the thickest of them all. GTX 1080 Ti, yes. Yeah, we're doing this today. How many VRAMs on there? It's 11 gigabytes. Yes, yes. What could have happened in 2023 for that much PCs? I think he missed the VRM chip thermal pad, though. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I think I missed the VRAM chip thermal pad, though. Top row above the chip away from the bus. It just looks like one was supposed to go there. Not sure if it was empty spot or something. Talking about here? No, nothing goes there. Starting to understand why cards are so expensive. We're getting there, guys. We are getting there slowly but surely. Nope, there's nothing there, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I didn't miss it. The VRAM? You talking right there? No, there's nothing there. It's an empty... Nothing there, just empty ball... empty solder balls. That's it. So, if you're talking about that spot right there, it is empty. One of them had an empty one. Mm-hmm. No, we didn't miss any of them. I could pull this off and show you. Hopefully everything stays put. But this here, where'd my zoomy go? We'll zoom in. We'll get nice and close. Don't worry, we can get closer. You guys want to get closer? Okay. So that is just empty ball. There is no memory there, if that's what you're talking about. And I cannot get the old thermal paste out of there without possibly damaging things. It's in there nice and good. It's crusty. I tried using the alcohol. It wasn't coming out, so I just left it. No, you definitely don't. Well, you probably could add memory, but there's probably somebody that's done it, I'm sure. Yeah, you had me worried that I've missed something. Big chunky thing. Big old chunker. I'm just going to take the old one here and match it up. Close enough. Yeah, they're expensive because of the small components in there. Not really this work. This type of work is done by machine when they make the cards. When you're repairing them. Hey, what's up? What card is that? This is a GTX 1080 Ti 11 gigabyte by EVGA. King. And we're building it. It was used. So we're going to be reusing it in a new system for a kiddo and birthday. But the card desperately needed to be repasted. So in order to ensure that we have good performance out of this already aged card, we're going to try to get as much as we can out of it by repasting it and maybe breathe a little bit more life into it. Give them a couple years on the card. But I think 11 gigabytes GTX 1080 is an excellent card to start with for 1080p. Don't know very many people that would disagree with that. Inverted Star, rethermal paste the card, are you? We are repasting, repadding. We're doing the pads and the paste. Both. And we've worked our way to probably getting this cleaned up now. Out of the way slightly. But we want to do a little bit of magic to this. This is really dusty. And what I really don't want to do is get that dirty again. I'm going to put it in a bag. Guys, I do not want that any dust to get on that. So we're going to clean this off. Probably a good idea to wipe this paste off first. That everywhere. How to clean a heatsink? Well, no real good way other than using air. But if you look closely here, you can see there's quite a bit of dust and grime built up into this card. So what we want to do is clean this up the best we can, because every little bit counts when you're trying to cool a card. That's what we're going to do. We're going to clean it up. What I recommend doing if you need help getting the dust to release because air isn't doing the job, is again going back to the very soft paintbrush, but it's enough to break up the dust and not scratch anything. It really helps break it up. You could also soak this in alcohol or some sort of other material that does not eat the metal. That's the number one thing we don't want to do, is eat away at the metal. So I usually do this. Get on each of the blades, a circular motion, freeze up the dust. But then when I do put air on it, it just blows it away. So this is one of the quick methods of cleaning your fans using a paintbrush or some sort of brush. But it can get into the crevices that your fingers may not be able to get into to break up that dust. And look at all the dust that's just falling off of it now. We could even go a step further and take the shroud off the heatsink completely and submerge this heatsink completely into something, like I was saying, soak it in something that eats away the dust but not the metal. Gives it a nice clean. Usually I would just do an alcohol bath that evaporates. But this is cleaning up pretty nice, just as is. Dust wasn't that bad, but I mean, it was dirty. So now that that's cleaned up, I can go blow some air through it. All right, that is looking a lot cleaner just by doing that. So that's one way you can really clean up the fans on any of your components. It does a pretty effective job. Let's see here. Funny thing is, I'm watching you is good thing. My AMD RX 7800 is having a hotspot of 110C. It's actually not very uncommon of that card, so don't be too worried about that. So I'll have to re-thermal paste it for the first time. I've never thermal pasted anything before. Well, this is a GTX 1080 Ti, so it's a little bit different. Your card would actually be easier to repaste, I believe, depending on which AMD 7800 it is. But this one's a way more difficult card to do, I can tell you that right now. This is EVGA, and EVGA always over-engineered things. And the older cards, they're kind of still experimenting. The newer cards now, like the 7800 or even the 3000, 4000 series cards for NVIDIA and up, they're really more cookie cutter styles, so that it's really easy to take the cooler off and repaste it, repad it, and put it back together. It's a lot easier in comparison to this. It's a big difference. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and wipe this away. Now we have a clean cooler. So really the only thing we have left to do is put some pads on this back plate. That's back plate install. And there's pads on here. These are relatively thicker as well. Touch this. I don't know what this is. Thick guy like this one. We're going to do a mixture of this, that, or the here. So let's go ahead and get this cut up. Close. Almost afraid we're going to run out of this side. But yeah, this stuff is so flaky now. Really needed to be done. All that thermal pad sweat off of there. Oh, green screens isn't a good sign. So the green screen usually means there is a solder point that's failing on the ball underneath on either the memory or the core, but most likely the core. So the card probably needs to get sent back to ASRock or ASRock, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I would definitely recommend opening a ticket with ASRock, and asking them if you could do an RMA. If it's still under warranty. Hopefully it is. Could be. If it's a 7800, it should still be under warranty. They double padded this. Oh my gosh. Look at this, guys. Whoever padded this last left plastic on here. That is like... hopefully that was not from the manufacturer. They left the plastic on that pad. That was effectively doing nothing. Alright. That is pretty good. Happy with that. That is that one. Need to do this one, which is for some reason using a little bit of a thicker pad. Well, it is 4 years out of warranty from Cyberpunk. So if it's a system integrator, that's not going to let you do it. They won't accept it. So I'm afraid to tell you, if you're experiencing green screens, the only other thing it could possibly be is the card is loose in the PCIe slot, or you have a loose HDMI or DisplayPort cable. Those are the only other two possibilities that would cause a blue screen like that to happen. Other than that, it is heat that has caused the balling, which is the solder ball joints underneath the core, which is this big thing. This is NVIDIA GPU as a reference, but there's little solder ball joints underneath this, and they will break with a lot of heat. So most likely that is what happened. Need a reference here. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is covering that. Yes. Ah. I think we're ready. Am I missing anything? Yeah, you're pretty much looking at a new GPU, unfortunately, with that. Okay, so now that that is done, what I'm going to do is paste that sucker on there, or apply paste. How old is this Kingpin paste? Is this brand new? This stuff? Looks like it's been used before. Gonna spread it. Just because the last application that we saw was very missed, had some empty spots. A missed opportunity. And now, we'll place the card on the cooler. How big of a pain in the butt this is. And what I'm going to do is put the 4 screws I'm only starting it. I'm not going to tighten it down yet. To hold things in place because I still got to get these cables plugged in. This one will be a little bit of a challenge. on this one. There we go. So now that that's done, we can almost guarantee perfection. That is really nice how that turned out there. I'm going to just start adding the screws for these back plates. Blueberry flavored too. It's a blueberry sandwich. Pretty much, yeah, that's one way to call it. Got it? Got a little bit of blue popping out here. If I was a perfectionist, I'd take it off and cut that. Damn it, I'm going to do that. I know it's a riveting stream, guys. Doing the GPU repaste. Alright, so it looks like we were missing a screw originally as it was. So put it in the bottom section here. There we go. Now we just have these 3 random top screws here that we put in. And then we could move on to the actual build. What was the sort part? Sort part? Short. Yeah, there's no real short part in that. And there it is. Almost brand new. Ooh, pretty. Almost brand new. All right. Let's get on to the build now. Shall we? All right, so we've got the GPU now, finally, cleaned up. And we're going to be using that i5-10400 on the Z490 motherboard with that 16 gigs of RAM. So let's go ahead and dive into that Dell that they brought over. No idea what that sound was. My computer's going nuts. Anyway, my CPU's probably overheating. We're going to dive into the Dell and see if there's storage or RAM we can pull out of there and reuse. They brought this along with the build, and they were asking me to harvest. We're going to harvest some organs from this. I forget how to open these. Stupid. That. We have an SSD. We might have two SSDs here. Very strange looking graphics card here. It's a P100. Oh, nice. We're gonna try to harvest the storage. Right? You wanted the storage harvested? which is a 512 gigabyte SATA and a 256 gigabyte SATA SSD. Not a whole lot in there. Eight gigabytes. Samsung memory too. Not bad. 8 and 8, that's 16. Another 8. So that's 32 gigs of DDR4, but it looks like it's 2400. Not super fast. It'll be fine. So if we want 32, run all 4 of those sticks. Wouldn't recommend mixing and matching the other sticks that we have with these ones. I would recommend us just run all 4 of these. That's what we'll do. That'll get them 32 gigs. Yep, we could put those in there. With that being said, annoying. This is our Z490 motherboard with our i5 10400, and we can go and do all 4 sticks. That'll give us a total of 32 gigabytes. And then we'll just need some SATA cables for this when we get to that point. I'm hoping I have the hardware for the case to mount those SSDs. Well, let's go ahead and mount our 2 terabyte Samsung 990 Pro that we do have. We'll make it work. I'm just wondering if it was case may not have hardware. We could make it work. We could even zip tie them in the back if we needed to. I needed not 2 screws. No, I had 15 of them a day ago. All right, that's good to go. What I was really worried about is our CPU cooler situation, because this is technically a Thermalright bracket using a deep cool cooler hardware. Oh, tell me how that's gonna work. I have no idea. Crap, where'd that hardware? Yes, I need those. Could be pretty close to the same. I'm hoping. We'll have to play with that when we get to that point. Now we're just ready to grab the case. The one thing I don't have is the back plate for the motherboard. I think I threw them out. But the case is a 011 Dynamic, which again, another customer upgraded to the Y70 Touch. Really wanted it. And told me to give it to somebody who needed it. This one. So, we found somebody. It was extremely dirty, I will say that. So I spent a lot of time cleaning it. I actually took all the hardware out and I literally hosed this thing down. And there's still remnants of the dust from his old fans. So I tried, but not much more we could do here. So it looks pretty good. It looks decent. And we'll be putting fans in here. So plan on putting some fans in. I'm gonna go ahead and just mount the board. And then mount the cooler because these are loose. Here's my kind of hungry. Actually didn't eat dinner yet. It's 10:34. Oops. Came to do that to myself on stream days. Who needs food? When you get a super dirty PC, do you even wonder how messy is their room is with this PC? So I know why he's laughing, because my PC is not very clean right now. But in my defense, I am going to be doing a how to clean your PC, and the joke is going to be on me, because I'm the PC guy that complains about dirty PCs, and I have a very dirty PC myself. But generally speaking, it's because I bring dirty PCs into the room where my computer lives, and I clean them here in the dust. And I also live on a dirt road. It gets into my computer very easily. So within about a week's time, my computer's very dirty. So cleaning it repeatedly is basically the definition of insanity. So I will admit, My computer is not clean. But I do clean everybody else's. Alright, so we're going to go right into mounting this AIO. I just want to get it. Idiot. I just want to get it mounted so I can mount it on that CPU and then I can stay put. Hoping I have all the screws here. So I'm a weirdo and I save hardware when I take stuff out. And I'm kind of thankful that I did in this situation. I almost should have left this cooler in this case. Although I wouldn't have been able to clean it then. But y'all get what I'm saying. Okay, so definitely our RG there. Oh. Deal with that. Get this thing mounted. So this is again a used AIO as well, so it's not perfect, but I think it's going to be more than enough for a 10400, and it's going to look nice, and it's going to properly exhaust the heat out of the system, out of the top. Got a little bit of life left in it. Why not use it? And it's got brand new T12 Pro fans on it from Arctic. Those are really nice fans, by the way. Good performers. Yeah, dust from the dirt road is horrible. It's meant to be here so that people just make fun of me, basically. At this point, it's just a running joke. My computer being dirty. I think we ran out of music. Been going for 2 hours already? Wow. I need some paste. Paste. Fix it. And then there was silence. Hey man, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Jose? What's going on? Welcome to the Build Show. Let me fix this situation with the musics. Ah, that's better. think that's good. Feels like some good pressure on it, so see how that goes. Let me open this up. Flip side for another board. Okay, it's been entertaining watching the live stream, but I'm going to try to sleep. It's 3:43 a.m. for me. Keep up the good work. All right. Inverted Star, it was good seeing you. And come on back now, you hear? Hey, what's up? Steve Anderson. Let me choke on myself for a little bit. Welcome back to the Build Show, Steve. Just got done playing Re 9. Still watching. All right, well, thank you. Man, son. Appreciate the support. Catch you both again sometime. Yeah, if Inverted Star, if you haven't already, join the Discord. Great place to ask questions even when I'm not live. Or interact. Usually it's a good time. It's exclamation point Discord in the chat if you need the link. Jose says, I'm very happy right now. I just bought my first PC and I wanted to see someone building one. Amazing work, man. Well, thank you. This one we're actually piecing together from a lot of budget options and extra spare parts and things for a kiddo's birthday, which is tomorrow. So we are trying to get this one done before tomorrow, so he can have his PC tomorrow for his birthday. So, happy birthday! Thank you, Inverted Star. RE9 is Resident Evil 9. Yes, I'm sorry. It's been a long night. I repasted a GTX 1080 Ti tonight, an EVGA 1080 Ti. Repasted, repadded. So we've been live for almost 3 hours. Most of that was the card. Now we're finally putting the system together, and hopefully it looks nice when it's done and fires up, no problems. But he's had some dust on him. Yeah, catch that. Let's wipe for that now. I mean, they've been sitting here for a little while. All right, so now that we've got that done, we can go ahead and plug in our front panel stuff. Then we can start installing some fans. And then after that, power supply and the SATA SSDs need to get installed. Card, we're good to go. So we'll make some pretty quick progress of this, I think. All right. Go find some fans. The 1080 Ti is a living legend. I don't think we have enough fans. Do you guys think we have enough fans? I'd love to use these Arctics, but they are the short cables because they came off that radiator. There's NZXT fans here, but that requires a hub, and I don't have that. Got a bunch of Montec fans. Two reverse. Look awkward. I have a whole bunch of height fans. Lee and Lee's again requires a hub. I'm not plugged into that, but I don't know if I have any others. I got more. Don't worry, I got more. Oh, we got lots of more goodies here. There's a pack of 3. Thermalites, we could use those. He wants a pink one, right? You said you wanted a pink one. This is a reverse blade. That's a 140 millimeter. These are... Oh, those are those? Crazy. I don't know why I have those. Montec. Wouldn't be facing the right way. Got deep cool fans. If anybody wants some deep cool fans. Another 140. That's the one. Oh, it's two. Here's one. Here's another. We at least have, except for one would be facing the wrong way. The opposite direction of everybody else. Trying to find close matching fans as we can. Right? Those are all 140 millimeters. Nope, that's a reverse blade. So we have two reverse blades sitting here, and two non. I just need one of them. One more. We'll make this work. Won't fit. That's out of the question. We just need one more RGB fan. Close. Or we could do two on the side. No way. If we could do this. I just don't know if I have the cables. Now I need to find cables. I don't know if we have cables for these. These are different style. That's Leon Lee. And something like this. Okay. We do not have cables for this one that we could use. So we have a 3-pack of these. So we'll put these on the bottom and put these on the side if we have to keep. What an ordeal. I wish I would have just bought a 3-pack or a pack of fans, or 2 3-packs of fans. Where's my screwdriver? 2 is fine, oh well. No! There's no such thing as 2 is fine. Wait a second. These, I think, are the same style. And oh my gosh, they are. I'm pretty sure these are the same style. We might be saved. We're making this happen. They work. Hell yeah. This thing is gonna look so cool. And it's done. So having the individual packs gave me individual cables, which is why I think I originally bought those when I was building another PC. I wasn't sure. I gotta deal with this quick. You guys know how much I absolutely love peels. Absolutely love it. Oh, I freaking hate these. Hey guys, let's make a peel that's impossible to get off the fan. I don't even know why I try. Okay, now that we've gotten the fans put together and the peels peeled, and we have 6 total fans, and they're reverse blades, by the way. Is this a retro PC? No. No, this is an entry build for a kiddo. So we're starting off piecing this together, giving them the best possible build we can build for a pretty unbeatable price. Oh, for the love. Make it go in. Sorry. Had to express myself. Go. Got all the fans in. Starting to look like a gaming PC now. Heck yeah. Probably put our SATA cables in first. Good thing I have brand new ones here because I have no idea where SATA cables are in this place. Two of them, to be exact. We are. I think we're going to need a GPU support bracket for this. Yes, the blueberry sandwich has arrived. Oh, Steve built. Yeah, so it's a. I forgot to tell you, Steve. It's an i5, the 10400, and it's a Z490 motherboard, and we've got 32 gigs of DDR4 2400 Samsung memory harvested from a Dell workstation. We have a 2TB 990 Pro Samsung SSD, and then we've got the EVGA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti repasted and repadded, and then we have a Deepcool 360mm AIO with Arctic P12s Pros fans on them. The Deepcool Castle 360 something, I can't remember the model of it. It's a pretty old cooler. It's not like super new. The case is an 011 dynamic, and then the fans are now Thermalright. We're just piecing this together to make it as nice and as functional as possible. So, building this has been pretty fun, but it was a lot of work. I refuse not to do it right. So yeah, that's kind of the specs. The power supply, I'm actually the Montech in here. I'm pretty sure it is. Definitely the Montech. So we've got a Montech 850 watt power supply in here. Go ahead and get that thing fired in. Put it away. Then we'll do the SSDs last, because they mount on. They can either mount here, or they can mount on this. I think I'm just going to mount them to this. Just, goes on like that, and then they're just mounted on the back side of this. So it's super easy to get to them. So we'll do that last. Or close to last. I forgot to plug that in. There we go. Had a Rogue fan there for a second. I'm just going to go ahead and plug all of these in. No sense in not doing that. So we are nearly finished here. By the way, the 7900 XT of mine is doing great still. Just plug it into DisplayPort, no problem. Of course, I'm running Linux. Yeah, open source OS. That is good to hear, because I thought that card was going to have to go back and get ARM-made. Based on what you were talking about, what it was doing, I would have sent the card back, because I'm me. I don't have the time or the patience anymore. The card is acting up in an environment that it should be working. Then I'll just send it back. But maybe you got something going on with the monitor. Who knows? Who knows what's happening there? It's always a fun mystery. I think we should call this build Frankie. I feel like it's a little bit of a Frankenstein. But it's definitely going to hold its own. Looking good. Good night. Keep building. All right, mailman, son. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sorry I missed that. Kind of focused on trying to get this thing done. We're about 3.5 hours in. But baby crying, be right back. I had that earlier. I understand. We're almost there, though. Nearly there. I'm not going to do anything too fancy with the Cable management. Maybe a zip tie here and a zip tie there to keep things in check. The big ones. Couple of those. Hardware, please. Oh boy. I didn't think I could use these set of cables in these scenarios. That sucks. Do I have other set of cables sitting around here somewhere? I got these really fancy SATA cables. Changed my profile picture, but it may be a while before you can see it on YouTube. If you did, and it did change, then it's already updated. I don't know. I can't remember what you had before now. I have a terrible memory. These are really fancy braided SATA cables. I don't know where my other ones are. I don't really care. Don't even care. SATA cable is SATA cable. Alright. Now let's see how we can mount this. Other one. Okay. Nice. That'll work. Like I ever do. That'll do. You know, not after not streaming for a while. Definitely feel it. Been a minute. There we go. So now we got both the drives here on this thingamabopper. We've got long enough SATA cables now for sure that if he ever takes this off, he can move this around pretty far without being limited by the cable length. So it makes it a much more pleasurable experience. Almost could have done that. There we go. I had a couple of screws sitting here, and I have no idea what happened to them. Ah, there they are. Here they go to this. That is. All right, all right, all right. Everybody's like, Ben, don't ever do that again. I agree with them. Agree. All right. Who is actually ready to see this thing fire up? You'll just have to ignore the Ryzen sticker on the front glass. I'm not going to put the side glass panel back on because it likes to fight with the camera. So I'm going to leave that off. I don't know if he's still up or not, but because it's like close to midnight. Maybe it's past his bedtime. I have no idea. I feel like it's summertime though. It's not school. He's probably out of school by now, right? Trying to like turn this way. All right, is he here? I guess let me know when you're ready to fire this thing up. I know you said the baby was crying. Hopefully that's not going to take long. Hopefully baby is just unsettled for a moment and then goes back to sleep. We're just waiting for waiting for him to come back. Plus, I think there's a delay on YouTube, so it takes a minute for him to receive what I just said. Yeah, you know. You guys think this is gonna look good? There. Let's go ahead and play with the autofocus that never works. That looks good. Mr. Grand Engine. Let me know when you're ready. Is Mr. Grand Engine back? Or is the baby still crying? It looks clean. EVGA style still holds up well. I know it does. Even for a 1080 Ti. From how many years ago? Still a living legend. We repasted this whole thing. You missed the whole thing, some giant idiot. Unless you were here just, you know, lurching. Lurking. Lurching while lurking would be very impressive. Lurking. No worries at all. I just didn't know you were here. It's been a quiet stream. I haven't streamed in a while. So we're probably gonna get into more streams here. So I've got a lot of stuff piled up. I've got another build that we need to stream. Two more builds actually. One is a fix it or bleep it. That's gonna be the series names, by the way. And then another one is an actual brand new build. So, and then I've got another one with an Intel processor that's bad. Had to send that CPU back. And then I've got another one here where they are saving up money to buy parts because it's got either a bad motherboard or a bad CPU, and I'm pretty sure it's the motherboard. I'm just super lazy about pulling an AMD CPU out of another computer to plug it into that one to see if it works or not. And I'm like, just buy a motherboard. I'm like 99% sure it's the board. Fire it up while we're waiting on Grand Engine. This is his, or at least his, I think, nephew's build. So we're waiting on him to get back from the baby that was crying. So there was a baby crying, and then he had to leave the stream, and he hasn't come back yet. And I would feel terrible, especially how patient he was waiting for me in my impossible schedule the past week or so. I rescheduled this on him 3 times. So, life, man. Life is hitting me like a freight train. And I still have that must be only 6. I have 20 cards to clean. Yeah. We got a lot to go. A lot to do. Catch any deals today? Actually, I got a $40 360mm AIO from Thermalright. That was a prime deal. That was actually like $12 off its normal price. So it wasn't terrible. Although it said 44% off. And I'm like, that's $12. If it was 44% off, it'd be more like a $26 cooler. Or 20, like a $30 cooler. The PC you're on now has a 12900KS, 9070 XT, 32 gigs of DDR4, CL14. Holy crap, that's some good timing. 3600 MT, that's good RAM. There's a Gam Diaz Aura GL 360 for $40 right now. Oh, nice. Does that one have the screen on it? I've actually never used any of their coolers. I've used their cases, and their cases are actually not too bad. It's got a digital screen, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know which one that is. I've never tried it, though. Samsung B-Die. Nice. That's some good RAM. Good memory. So you could probably overclock it a little bit, too. Squeeze a little bit out of it. Don't do that. Not necessary anymore. Grand Engine, are you back, sir? Are you back and ready? Oh, you do overclock it. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I don't like overclocking because a lot of games don't like overclocks and causes stability problems, and I'm just not into stability problems because I'm supporting everybody else's stuff, right? So it's like the more stable it is, the happier I am. So, maybe my own personal stuff when I want to tinker, but I don't like overclocking customer stuff because of the stability and support calls you get. And when people overclock stuff, they call me, and then I find out they overclock stuff. I'm like, come on. Push it! I would love to push it, but I do want to wait for Grand Engine to return on the YouTube channel. Once we see him back in the chat, we can go ahead and fire this bad boy up. So yeah, lots of cool stuff coming up here, guys. I gotta just somehow survive the summer. I'm baling hay now. I haven't baled hay in like 8 years, but my dad can't do it after he had his open heart surgery, so I must go and pull my weight. Even though I don't live there anymore. I do way too much stuff. I just too much. Something's got to give. Linkin Park. That's where I'm at. Alright, so it's been a few minutes. I know I said I wanted to wait for Grand Engine, but I am going to call it here because we're encroaching midnight and I do need to get up at 6 a.m. So, and I still have to install Windows and drivers, and I want to have this thing ready to go for him tomorrow morning so he could come pick this up for his birthday. So, on behalf of Grand Engine, I'm going to go ahead and fire this thing up. In 3, 2, let's hope it works. 1. Oh yeah, that looks clean. GPU does require a support bracket, I will say that. I don't think I have any here. The baby wins. The baby wins. Yes. And we do have a post. So, repasting that GPU was successful because we at least have display. Want to throw that out there. Nice. I think it's gonna boot into Windows. Unfortunately. Whatever was on those old SSDs. Yep. Whatever was on those, that's what we're booting to. See if he has a pen. He does. Oh, this was his old PC too. That is cool. So we have his old SSD in here. I won't format those. I'm going to keep those clean. And I'm hoping to just reinstall Windows on, or install Windows fresh on the 2 terabyte M.2 and use that so that he can go back and retrieve any of the data off the old SSDs. And I'll leave those unformatted. I won't touch those. So I will probably unplug those and reinstall Windows. How about that? How about we do that? Actually, I want to check the temps on. Yes. Restart. That thing looks super clean. I'm happy with how it turned out in this older 011 Dynamic. These Thermalray fans actually are super clean. I always forget how clean they are. Setting a good example for the freeloaders, yes, always. Yes, another system with a 1080 Ti still running today. Bet you never thought that was going to be on the channel. Get me into that BIOS, yo. What of our temps? Dang. CPU temps are 27 Celsius, so I think this cooler is doing its job. So that is good news. Excellent news. No XMP support for this RAM. So we are going to run base speeds of 2400 megahertz. Hoping it boots to the USB. Actually. Back to the BIOS. Change the boot order. The 9070 XT came with an OC. Can't really squeeze more out yet. Most AMD cards you find yourself typically reducing the power on them because they're so hot. Oh no, your PC doesn't meet the Windows 11 requirements. The BIOS on this thing must be super old. Cool! Time to get the BIOS flash drive now. Let's go find the BIOS. I don't even remember what it is. Z490, MSI Z490 something. The Pro Series board. We'll flash the BIOS and then do a Windows 11 install. let's see here. It's a Z490A Pro. Nice. Really bubbly. The cooler. But definitely has some air pockets. I'll see if I can fill it. I think this one has a fill port.
It does.
It has a fill port, so I'll see if I can fill it. Obviously, when it's not running. Let's see here. M-Flash. So we're going from 4/20/2021 to 4/15/2026. That is a massive leap in BIOS versions. Crazy. Yeah, I have no idea how they make any money off of them. I mean, they do manufacture every component in-house, so that is where they save money. I think it was an excellent move to do that. Keep it all in-house. So they can manufacture the parts. It's literally just the cost of material and labor. I need to get a haircut. Just now realizing how long my hair is. I hate long hair in the summer. BIOS update almost finished. My profile picture changed on my end. That is me, beard and all. Yeah, I don't see the beard yet, so it hasn't updated on my end. Do they perform differently? I don't know. Do they? My favorite one has always been the Frozen Note. There we go. Oh, crap. Floating back into that. The Aqua Elite V6 is not bad either. That's decent. What you gonna build with that, huh? What you gonna build? You don't even have a use for it. I mean, it's so cheap, why not? You may as well. Slap it on my forehead when I sleep. There you go. You might want to use those thermal, the pads, not the paste, though, for good heat transfer and less of a mess. Unless you're a paste kind of guy. Waking up with thermal paste on your forehead might not be the best way to wake up. Alright, let's see if we have to do anything in the BIOS to make it Windows 11 ready after a BIOS update. Pretty sure the updates make it ready, and it looks like it did. You're gonna just go full and delid the forehead. There you go. Yeah, I like it. Disk 2, unallocated space, 1.8 terabytes. Did it. Install. Gotta go direct skull contact. Yeah. We're getting full Windows 11 support with that BIOS update. Makes life a lot easier. And that's one less thing I have to do now, is update the BIOS. I just don't understand these AIOs cost less than a dinner for two. I know. Yeah, I bought lunch today, and it was like $22. And it was at the cafeteria where I work. And you know, it was Italian sausage with some peppers and chicken and a couple of noodles. It wasn't even that much food. It was just sad. I did get a Mountain Dew and a cookie. Cookies are $3, which is kind of a ripoff in my opinion because they bake them there. Oh, kind of a ripoff. I don't think food should cost that much. But I have no idea what it takes to make the food. From where it begins to where it lands in my mouth. No idea. I have some idea, but I just don't even want to think about it at 12:07 a.m. Well, there you have it, guys. We have built the birthday PC for tomorrow, and it is running. That's good. Got Windows 11 installing on it already, so that's also good. And then I just got to get some drivers on it and probably run a benchmark on the card and see what the temps are. That's what I'm most curious about. What are the temps on the card? Gosh, that 990 is so fast, even on Gen 3. The Intel i5 10400 on the Z790 does not have Gen 4 support, so it's running Gen 3 speeds on that 990 Pro, and it still is so fast. That Windows install is already done. That is a very fast drive. It's impressive. One of the goats. Oh, we're booting back to the USB because I set the boot priority to the USB. Oh, yay me. Gonna start eating tasty paste to save money soon. I don't know. Thermal paste is going up in price too, I feel like. Are you gonna stick with the premium stuff, the Thermal Grizzly, or are you gonna go with the cheaper stuff? Thermal Grizzly? I'm not made of mice. I got a bunch of free thermal paste here you can have. I got sent a bunch of it to quote-unquote test. A tub of Arctic MX4s, yeah, there you go. 5-gallon bucket of it. Just stick your head in there when you need to cool down. They're thick like mashed potatoes. You're making me hungry. I haven't eaten dinner yet. It's 12:10 a.m. I don't think I'm gonna eat dinner. If I eat dinner now, I'm gonna feel sick in the morning. You don't really digest well at night. Kind of dumb. If I do eat something, it has to be really light. Something just to satisfy the gurgle in the tummy. And no, not thermal paste. Soup would be a good idea. We're just not a very big soup house, so we don't have very many soup options. Might have like tomato soup in a can. And usually that's needed for a dinner. Campbell's tomato soup. The best part of waking up is thermal paste on my head. No idea where that came from. All right, giggity. Gotta make the weekend bone broths. Yeah. Weekend bone broths are good. I just don't have the time. This weekend it was my sister's wedding, which I DJ'd, by the way. I DJ'd my sister's wedding with my party speakers and my JBL mics. Went really well. And I winged it. I've never DJ'd in my life before. But she wanted to save some money, so I just said, sure, why not? Thanks for parking the bus. Definitely parked. We're just finishing the Windows 11 install here, and then I want to throw a benchmark on this card and see, we'll get the NVIDIA driver installed, and then throw a benchmark on this card and see what the temps are, because we did repaste and repad the card. And that'll kind of tell me that I did a good job, if it's if it stays cool. I don't know what its temps were before. It probably would have been a good idea to test the card prior, but me and my insane schedule did not allow me to do that, so we just went B to the wall, full send, get her done type of mode. Windows 11, this might take a few minutes. Thank you. I don't even have it plugged into the internet, and it's still trying to check for updates. It's like, man. Bro can try. Almost there. Excellent. We've made it to the desktop, finally. I can't believe I'm searching for a GeForce GTX 1080 Ti in this NVIDIA driver list right now. Haven't done that in a while. Although, I will say, I just had to go get drivers for a GeForce 7800. What was it? What one was it? I'll show you the card. One of these bad boys. This is a BFG. Anybody remember BFG? The 7800 GS OC by BFG. Excellent card, by the way. AGP bus, by the way. Not PCIe. And you're like, how do you test that? I've got a 2003 Alienware. That's how I test AGP. Do. And I've also got one of these bad boys. It's a Radeon. Can't even remember the name of it. It's a Radeon X 1900, 512 megabytes GDDR3 PCI Express. And this is the not the SLI version, but the what was AMD's Crossfire. Crossfire edition. Got one of them bad boys too. Got a lot of old cards here right now. No, they're not my priced by prize possessions.
They're precious to me.
No, I just came across a really good deal on a lot of older cards when I was trying to rebuild this 2003 Alienware. And I was specifically trying to get a Radeon 4950, which is an AGP card. Very hard to find and very expensive. So I found one in a lot that was questionable, meaning wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. So I took a gamble and bought the whole lot, because it was basically buy the lot or don't buy it. And it was almost the same price as buying the card individually on eBay. So I bought the whole lot, and the card ended up working. And we'll be doing probably a live stream going through the Alienware and fixing all the things that it needed to be fixed to make it the best possible 2003 Alienware that ever existed, or at least today exists today. But that is the story behind why I have all these old cards here right now. And then I came across another lot, so I wasn't sure if this card was going to work or not. With a bunch of older computer hardware. It was like a whole antique computer hardware lot for a really good price, and it had one of the cards I wanted as well. So I bought that lot as well, because I'm an idiot. But now I have all this old computer stuff. Just a whole bunch of it sitting here. And then I found out some of it is like collector level stuff, and I'm like, oh. And going around looking at eBay prices, one, they're hard to find on eBay because they don't really exist anymore. And two, when they are on eBay, they sell for pretty good money. So I could make my money back on like one or two of the components, which is crazy why they wouldn't sell them. And I had no idea. No idea they were worth that much. Vintage PC parts, exactly. They are vintage. All I wanted to do was get this 2003 Alienware up and running and then see how crazy of a game I could play on a 2003 Alienware with AGP bus for its graphics card and a Pentium 4 with hyper threading. I don't even think it has hyper threading. Professional reseller, yeah, pretty much. It's fun, you know, going through the old components, stuff that I grew up with, you know, it is kind of fun. Yes! Pentium 4 had HT technology, bro. Hyper threading. That was like a huge marketing thing from Intel against AMD, was the fact that Pentium 4 Intel had hyper threading. Nope. No, it started way back when. HT technology is what it used to be called. And they'd brag about it. And then AMD came out with their X2 on the 786 socket, I think it was. The Athlon X2. That CPU sucked. I was not a big fan of it. You could overclock the living hell out of it though, but it just couldn't compete with the Pentium 4. Even then. And then the Core 2 Duo came out. And that kind of just shut the door on AMD until Ryzen. AMD just could not keep up with them on that. On that front. Not until Ryzen. Ryzen was like the big push for AMD to finally take the crown But even so, it took a long time for people to adopt to AMD's Ryzen CPUs before, you know, because Intel, the 8th and 9th generation processors were out right around the time Ryzen came out. And those were pretty powerful processors. The biggest problem with the Intel lineup during that time was the fact that it was limited to PCIe Gen 3 versus AMD's platform. Ryzen was able to, AM4 was able to stretch the socket and get to PCIe 4.0 and do all sorts of stuff without having to force you to buy a new motherboard, for example. It was nice. I'm trying to get these drivers to install. I don't know what this stupid NVIDIA driver's doing. It's just sitting there swirling at me. Hold on. Let's relaunch this stupid thing. Probably can run Tetris, maybe? No, actually it could run Crysis. It'll definitely run Crysis. And it'll probably run Far Cry. Maybe even Far Cry 2. You'd be surprised. What are my thoughts on the Steam Machine? I think it's really cool. I like the idea of it, and I think it's powerful. Cost is, of course, going to continue to climb, but overall, I think it's a great way to get into, or you know, run your Steam games on the go. Is really what I look at it as. Oh yeah, Alienware from 2003 is 100% going to run Crysis. We will do this live on the stream. Some giant idiot. We are going to run Crysis on that thing. And it's at least going to deliver 30 plus FPS. Sits up straight. I told you it's going to be the baddest 2003 Alienware that ever was. The only other thing I can do is get a Pentium 4 Extreme for it. And those chips are very difficult to find. And when you do find them again, super stupid expensive. And I'm like, yeah, it's not worth it for the extra, like, 4 FPS it might deliver. Although, if we're talking 30 FPS, those 4 FPS might matter. Got 4 gigabytes of DDR4. I'm sorry. Got 4 gigabytes of DDR1. PC 3200, 400 megahertz RAM. 4 gig. I think it's 4 gigabytes. Either 4 gigabytes or 2. But I think it's 4 total, which is actually a lot for a system from 2003. I think it's actually maxed out on that board, and it's a really nice Intel board. Back when Alienware was truly a real company that built real gaming PCs, they actually built some pretty cool stuff, and they used really good hardware. That motherboard that's in there is a really, really nice board from its time. Little advanced for its time too. It even has debugger lights on it, which back then was never heard of. I think they used N2 to clock up to 4.5 gigahertz. Yes, that was considered crazy. Yes. Pentium Extreme Edition was OCR's go-to chip back in the early 2000s, I know. That's the only other thing I could do to the system to make it better is go to the Pentium 4 Extreme, or Pentium Extreme Edition. for that socket. I think it's socket 460 something. Or something. $462? Or is that AMD? I think it's 462. I don't know. It's on the Discord. If you go to the Discord and go into my projects, the specs should be listed there. If you're curious. Finally, the drivers are installed. Now, let's see what this thing can do. Oh, I should probably get something to read the temps on there too. That would be a good idea. Just gonna throw HW monitor on there. Real quick, real quick, real quick. So the MSI thing popped up and I installed the motherboard drivers too while I was at it. May as well. You know? That's what took me so long to get through this. Oh yeah, the monitor is a little dusty. I clean a lot of computers here, and the dust just goes everywhere. I clean, most of them I clean outside. And I also live on a dirt road, and I don't have central air, so there's nothing really filtering the air outside of the air filters I have through the house, which are all blinking red telling me I need to replace the filter, and that happens in like 3 days. So the dust is bad, I guess is what I'm saying. Oakland County, where I live, does a terrible job putting chloride on the dirt road out here. So, and there's a lot of traffic on this road, and the dust is insane. I don't even wash my car. If I wash it and park it, by the end of the day, it's covered in like an inch of dust. So, that is why that happens. Usually if I have a customer's computer to sit here long enough, I actually have plastic bags that I put over them if they sit, because I don't want the dust to get on the customer's computers, and then I have to clean it. That's how bad the dust is. Okay, let's run this thing hard. We're gonna bump that anti-aliasing all the way up, so we can get a good idea of what the temps are going to be. We're going to take this 1080 Ti to Pound Town. Kind of what we're going to do. Okay. So I'm just running the Valley benchmark, basically on a loop, and let's see how this card does. 1080p max settings, 8 x8 anti-aliasing. This thing went all the way to 70 Celsius really fast, but it's starting to maintain. Holding around 75. Let's see what the card temps are. I mean, this is a tall task for this card, and we're pushing about 140 FPS. maintaining around 75 Celsius, which for a 1080 Ti is pretty good. Maxed out. We're climbing. Now we're pushing 78. Now we're pushing 79, 80. I just want to see it plateau at least. Stop climbing. 81. It hit 82. Fans are probably 85% right now. And that's where we're plateauing at, is 82. Kind of where we're staying. $82, 83. We just touched 83 for a second. We're hovering around 80, 82, and that is a little warm, but I did pump these settings all the way up, so. $84. Still climbing. Slowly. Let's see where our hotspot's at. Our hotspot is at 98C. What are the specs on it? It is a i5 10400 on a Z490 with 32 gigs of Samsung memory that we harvested out of a Dell desktop. That's 2400 megahertz DDR4. And the graphics card is a GTX 1080 Ti by EVGA that we repasted earlier in the stream. And then we have a 990 Pro SSD, 2 terabyte. Then this is a 360 millimeter AIO by Deepcool. These are Thermalright fans, reverse blades, and it has an 850 watt, 80 plus gold Montech power supply. And then a couple additional SATA SSDs in the back as well. But we pieced this together. We call it Frankie to get a kiddo a birthday present. Just want to make sure this card is going to run good enough for him. I mean, it's maintaining around 80, between 80 and 84 now. Might just let this run overnight and see what it does. See if I come back to a green screen. Oh, you guys remember? I know why it's doing this. I know why, because I feel like it should be cooler. And I know why. You know what I forgot to do? I'm just now remembering. We gotta shut her down. I blame you, some giant idiot. Watching this on a PC you built around 2021 still runs like it was built yesterday. Love it. Nice. You know what I forgot to do, guys? I cannot believe I forgot to do that. Explain why it's running so hot. I feel like it's hot. I know it's hot. Hotter than it should be. impressive that it stayed where it was. With what I forgot to do.
Whew, hot. Yeah, that's what hot card.
I forgot to finish tightening up these mother truckers.
That'll do it. That will do it.
Might help if the core is actually getting pressure from the heatsink. Don't you think? Good thing I tested that. All right. Kind of glad I didn't let it run all night.
Like that?
Probably would have came back to a green screen. Or black one. That would have been bad. Oh, come on. Now we're not going to display. I don't think that would have done any damage. It didn't even hit 90 on the core yet. There we go. Now we're booting up just fine. Just blame Crysis? Yeah, I know. I think it's Crysis' fault. That's one of those, hey Ben, you're an idiot moments. I feel like our temps are going to be a little bit better now. I even commented on, oh, I'm going to wait and do that last because I want to get this thing on here and blah, blah, blah. And I never tightened those up. I did not ask for that. MSI, you naughty, naughty son of a beehive in a basket full of bumblebee. MSI just around my back installed Norton for no reason at all. Okay. Well, let's try this again. That's a much slower climb. A little bit better. Might help to have the heat sink on the core. The copper plate actually, the cold plate actually touching the core is a good thing, right? It was probably just transferring heat from the thermal paste to the core without any pressure, major pressure. Like I said, it was impressive that it was even doing what it was doing. That is why you should always test your card after you take it apart. Yeah, right now it's barely getting to 70. 66 right now is where it's hovering. Way better. Much happier with that. We haven't even crossed 70 yet. We're at 68, so 66, 68. Funny though, because we're actually getting less FPS now. Interesting. Might be the scene though. Yeah, it's the scene. Okay. Problem solved. The card is running a lot better. I'm satisfied with the temps. We're still not at 70 Celsius, and it's maintaining pretty well. It's a very, very slow climb. So I think it's going to plateau around 70 to 75 is where I would guess it would stop and maintain. The fans even aren't even at 100% yet on the card. So got a lot of room for temps. There you have it. We finished the build. Glad we didn't wait for Grand Engine, who never came back. We'd still be sitting here waiting. But we built it. We installed Windows. We installed some drivers, did the BIOS update, and we also verified the card temps are good. They weren't good, but now they're good. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I am going to call it a night here. I have to get up at 6 a.m. and it is now almost 1 a.m. over here. So I have a few hours of maybe I get to sleep. And then, yeah, tomorrow starts. So y'all have a good night. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't already joined the Discord, feel free to drop in and join the Discord, which is !Discord in the chat. Should already be in the chat. Some giant idiot already called the command. But if you would like to join, feel free to join there. It's a lot of fun. There won't be an after party today. I am going to bed. So y'all have a good night, and we'll see you on the next one, which might be tomorrow. Depending on my schedule, I'm going to try to do another stream tomorrow. And again, depending on my schedule, we'll either have one of the weekend evenings, either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I'm just not sure which one. And it might not actually happen because of hay. It all depends on if I cut hay or not. If I cut hay, it's most likely not going to happen. If I don't cut hay, it will happen. So join the Discord and you'll find out if I cut hay. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you on the next one. And happy birthday. Hope you enjoy the build.